Hey guys, sorry I'm running late. Oh my god. So I have to I'm gonna take a shower right after everything starts. So I'll miss a little bit of it. I didn't even shower. I look horrible and I just want to shower, so I'm just gonna use audio. I don't so yesterday my see, look, here I am. I look really bad. Good morning. Oh my god, my hair's look, I haven't even brushed my hair yet. But I just want to shower. So this is me after a couple hours of sleep. um I don't even have a bra on. Oh my god, I'm sharing too much information. But listen, so I was up all but basically all night. I got a couple hours of sleep. I was so pumped. I have your merch ready. I was so pumped. I had it ready. Freaking I posted it and I thought it would be all right, the picture of Jack Sparrow, because I like made it into a cartoon. I kind of made it into my own. So I went live, right? Um, don't make fun of me, guys. I know I wasn't even gonna get on the camera. I was just gonna get on audio, but then I'm like, you know what? I don't even freaking care. You guys, we are all family. But I should. I don't know. I should care. I didn't even brush my hair. Um. Anyway, what am I saying? I don't know. Oh yeah. So I get it up. I'm up all night because I'm picking out. I had like for my OCD, the way I do it, I created a ton of different fonts for each one to don't be a turd. I had a different font for the other one, and then Team Johnny, and then I like created different colors so they're like tie dye and different things like on the fonts, and so I had a ton, probably like 50 of them created, and then I narrowed it down where I put it on all the merch, took pictures, and then put them side by side to see which one looked best. So I narrowed it down to 4 different fonts. So then I put it on each different, like one listing. I'd be like, okay, so this style, I'll put this one on with this color. This one, I'll put this color on. So you had a variety of colors and everything. And then I even did the like the placement of them. I went into each one because they're each kind of made different. Like some of the hoodies have wider, so you have to like go in and adjust the pictures and stuff a little bit for each style. Oh my god! So I'm all pumped. It was live and it looked great. I liked it at least. I was all excited and it was up for like a minute and it got taken down. And it said that it violated like their policy. So I'm waiting for them to tell me what it violated. I wrote it and I'm like, well, what did it violate? Because I want to here we go, guys. Sorry. I want to I want to start making one that I can do it. Anyway, I want to start making one. I want to redo it. So what am I allowed to do? Is it the Jack Sparrow picture, or is it because it says don't be a turd? I don't know. I try to look it through their policy, so I don't know. So I'm waiting for them to respond before I try to redo it. Because what if it's the turd part, or what if it's the amber face in the turd? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it is for sure the Jack Sparrow. I'm guessing it is because it's Disney, and I'm guessing that's probably why got taken down so quick. But I'm not 100% sure. And I don't want to get another violation because then I could get my whole Teespring account suspended. So I don't want to put it up something and if it's the turd part too or something. So anyway, I was so mad. I was so excited. I worked on it like 6 hours last night, right after. Well, the whole time I didn't even get any video editing. I was doing it the whole time because that's how I even do it with my thumbnails. I create so many of them. I probably am stupid. The way I do it, I make more work for me, but that's just I can't help it. I think it's like just how I don't know, I can't even control it. I'll be telling myself, "Why am I doing it like this?" And I cannot stop myself. But I had like, yeah, I had different fonts, different stuff. I was just so excited. Um, so what I'm gonna do if they say it is the Jack picture, I'm just gonna say, "Oh, thanks, Lady Montgomery." Hi, I'm not even saying hi to anybody. I'm just gonna say that I'm just gonna use the like maybe a picture of a pirate hat or something? What do you think? Instead of the pic, because I'm sure it is probably the picture of Jack. I'm sure it was Disney or something that owned it. So I could just do like a picture of a pirate hat. Don't about be a pirate. What do you think? Oh, It just made me so mad because I didn't get anything else done. I wanted to get the merch ready for you, and now I still don't have it. I only got a couple hours of sleep. There's still no merch, still no freaking video. It just sucks the way I just wish Teespring, because you can't just, when it goes on everything, you can't just let it go. You have to go into each style and readjust everything, because the things are all made different. So if not, sometimes they'd be like overlapping the pictures. You have to readjust. So it always, any merch you do and you want other styles, it does take time. It does really suck. But mine took extra because I added all the different styles of the wording. So I narrowed it to 4 different kinds. Like, one is a tie-dyed of the Be a Pirate. One's like just like a cool like pirate color type thing, I feel like. And then one is like uh like a, I don't know. I could show you. I took pictures of it. Well, maybe you guys won't even like it anyway. So yep. So that's all I did last night. Freaking nothing to show. I'm sorry. So what I'm gonna do when the trial starts, I'm gonna jump in the shower and hope and pray that everything technology goes okay, because I won't be in there and I won't be able to fix it if something goes out. But usually nothing really the only thing that usually happens is, at least on wood, is that the audio will go out for a second, and I'm usually like switching it, but like nobody else switches it. If you're watching Law&Crime or whatever you're watching, you're stuck until the audio comes back. You could always, anyway. Hi Lonnie, I'll shut up. I'll just say hi to you guys. Hey Bridget, hey Carol. Oh, so don't have the merch yet, so I do apologize. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what the pictures look like. I can maybe show you. Hold on. I did. Wait, where's that one? Hold on, hold on. Well, no, I don't have. Oh, shoot. See, I don't have a picture of everything that's the same, because I like took the pictures of the fonts and then I did a different kind of a circle, and then I took those separately. So I actually don't have a full, complete one of what it looked like. I have little pieces and parts of it because the way I tried to shoot. And so I don't want to show you one that's not exactly. And plus, I don't want to show you because we can't even use it. And then it would, you know. Yeah, because this one isn't even finished if I showed you, because I don't have the Be a Turd. Never mind. Man, I wish I would have took a screenshot of the final product so I could have showed you guys. Gosh darn it. Even though, I mean, maybe not, because like I said, we can't use it, but I wish I would have. Just to show you. Anyway, and I even freaking like changed Jack Sparrow into like kind of cartoonish like, because there's a filter you could kind of like, but maybe I didn't do it enough. I should have done it more, but I couldn't do it like really heavily into a cartoon because the resolution, I knew that like if it wasn't real sharp, like I feel like the resolution wouldn't have been good enough for merch. Anyway, so how's everybody's mornings going? Karen, now that I'm like complaining, I hope it doesn't sound like I am. I'm just more sad because I wanted to have it ready for you guys. I don't. Hi, Mandy. Helen Vera. Lucky. Let me go get some of my other. You know what? Wonder if, hold on a second. Wonder if I could still get to the final product to show you what I had. They might have, I don't know if it's still, no, they have it off. Shoot. So I'm waiting for Teespring to write me back to see what they say. Well, at least I have a lot of it done. I have to go place, but I'll have to go back and place them on everything again. I'll have to replace. So that takes forever, but at least I got like the fonts and the colors all. Hold on. Anyway. But do you know, since Amber only had like an hour left, is that all? I don't know, Tashi. That's what we were. I was wondering the same thing. I have no idea. Let me bring up another channel, and then as soon as it starts, I'll probably jump in the shower. I hope I don't miss anything good, because then so I'll be done by break. Well, yeah, I know I'll be done by break, but I'm just saying, just hold on. What was I gonna do? Oh no, I'm looking at. I want to go find the other channels to see if anybody else has anything up yet. Okay, so CBS still isn't up. Oh, thanks. What do you got, Ashley? Wow, so he was able to use that. What the heck? So wonder, are these people that did or were able to use it? Wait, oh, Ashley, but are these other people's merch? That's what I'm confused. I'm trying to figure out if they are. Oh shoot, here. Let me get ready here. Okay, hold on. Because I don't want to, like, I'm nervous because I don't want to do it again and like get my Teespring taken away if it still isn't good enough. Like it still is Jack. Because I feel like even the character of Jack Sparrow, because maybe they're not getting in trouble because they don't use Teespring, and Teespring might be a little bit more strict. Because I'm afraid even like even if it's a note, you could tell it's the character that Disney is gonna have it taken. You know what I'm saying? Even if that's what I'm nervous. All right, hold on. Let me get. I don't know. I think I used. Hold on, let me see something. I want to use it. I want the one that I haven't used yet. So I'm so nervous. I'm just tempted to just use Johnny. All right, hold on. Just try to look up other places to see. No. I just don't want to take a chance of using anything with Jack Sparrow that where you can tell what it is and then get in trouble and lose my thing. You know? Well, I'm just looking at some of these other channels to see what they have. Yeah, they all have the same thing anyway. All right. I think we'll just stick here. Okay, so, but those are good, Ashley. I wish I would have just used that first because now I'm afraid to do that the second time. Wonder, you know, even if it's the character and you could tell that it's the character, even if you distort it enough, would Disney still claim it? You think? I like that. I might that outline. Maybe I could change it enough. Oh, thank you. Allegedly with Brittany J. I don't know. Ashley, thank you. I might try to like use one of those and change it enough. I feel like Disney's just so freaking strict. If not, I might just have to go with a pirate hat or something. But you wouldn't think because pirates could look like that if it's not actually Johnny Depp. I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, they've talked about that a few times because of James Franco and stuff. Yeah, I did. That's what I think where her first movie was him. And then yeah. I love that movie. Hi, Noel with an A.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Anna Sarabi presiding.
Good morning, Judy.
Please come forward.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters at this time? Okay, sure. If you want to come forward.
All right, let me say good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I complained this whole freaking 15 minutes. Now I feel bad. I could be saying, good morning, Kim. Oh, take your phone. Okay, drive safe. Hey, Murder of Crows. Caitlin, good morning. Good morning. You guys ready for a day? It's going to be interesting. I don't know if today's going to be really short, really long. I mean, normal. So we have the rebuttal, the defense, but that is a good question. If they only have an hour, how the heck does that work? That could be one witness in it for an hour, you know? Hey, Gigi. Karen, Mama Mia. Ellen, Angela. Hey, Sarah. Oh, they thought I said Siri, my phone. K-Clo, what's up? Good morning, baby boss. Hey, Nikki Lee. Oh, a little sparrow bird with a skull and X bones. Okay. Well, I have the rest. I just need something for like to be a pirate, like what, to put a picture so it has something with that. But I'm just waiting because what if it's the turd part with Amber's face? I don't know. What if that's the part that got me in trouble? They didn't like. I'm waiting for them to respond. I hope I hope they're not like YouTube, where YouTube will just send you like a copy of their policies and they don't tell you. So then if that's what they do, I'll have no idea what it was that got. So I wouldn't even be able to use any of it. But have you guys seen any other merch, well, through Teespring, because this who or how you go through, that has had Amber's face on anything with like a turd or no? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, Lady Montgomery, how's Libby? What happened? Is she okay?
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Have your seat. All right. Your next witness,
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr. Gilbert.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years?
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification? 2002. And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
So, Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can we take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60? And pull up to go to page 3. And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are 2 radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll identify it as 60, page 3, and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you
Oh,
off
that's
there. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here in
So
this
we're looking
X-ray?
at 2 x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury. And towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Heard?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
What other injuries, if any, would you expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Heard described? So
if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare. So you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well?
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes,
Okay.
but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Okay. Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was he thought that this was a pinching, or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell us very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority, you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if, just say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
Yes. You're aware that Ms. Heard testified, and this was from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Ms. Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Gilbert, you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the
Correct.
truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there are four pages per page of paper. It's on page 16 of the document.
Okay.
Okay, and line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct? But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my question.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from,
Correct.
right? But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
Sorry,
Page 25 and 26, so it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem. I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question, and to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here. But question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified.
In
That's not
fact,
what,
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Dr. Gilbert, just very briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanism of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if I'm just using this as an example, if you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. You can just leave it there. That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness.
Plaintiff rest, Your Honor.
All right. Plaintiff rests the rebuttal case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure. All right, rebuttal evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy?
We call Mr. Julian Acker.
All right. Mr. Ackert? Yes, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law?
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name?
Julian Ackert.
And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that company.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Ackert?
Ackert, Ackert.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And what, if any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard, is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple. And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software exif metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671? Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Eckert, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart? Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up. Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Heard's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
The information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
Can you just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle? Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified for Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers back up? What does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please? Defendant 1675. And do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish Defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675 will be published as demonstrative.
Can you please describe in more detail what the 3 columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671? Thank you. So, Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these 2 demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the left, you can see in the 4th column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30 taken on December 16th, 2015. And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Mr. Acker, you can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before?
Give or take, yes.
For more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
No, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Newmeyer didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right. You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
Yes.
All right. And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
No.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay, so what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712 and Defendant's 713 next to one another? Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish it to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
Can you see those, sir?
Yes, I can.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right. We can take that down. Mr. Gibson, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1308? This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no, no objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in evidence. Mr. Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name? Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second as each other, correct?
And that's what the daytime metadata shows, yes.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field, but I think that's what even Mr. Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
No further questions.
All right, and just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay? All
Thank
right,
you, Your Honor.
redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. All right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
Hi everybody, I'm back. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring anybody. I just got back. I was listening, but I was just getting ready, so I wasn't able to be in chat. So how's it going? Oh shoot, I still have this volume on. I feel so much better. I was needing a shower so bad. Anyway. Hey Toshi Lee, good to see you. Yeah. Wonder if do you think it's gonna be a short day then? Cause wait, they really only have anybody, any lawyers in here or whatever, since they only have an hour, does that mean they only have an hour today, right? What's gonna happen? And don't they need to use some of that for the closing argument, or do they get extra time for that? The closing argument is not included. I don't know. I guess I should do my research, huh? Michelle, hey, good morning. Sarah, yeah, I'm back. I am back. Trace on the case. Hey, Muffin Top. Her go-go boots. Does she? I missed it. Shoot. Lordy. I don't like that whole hair where she like folds it under. I don't know why. I'm not liking that. But I'm also not liking when she puts it all up in a little witch looking turd. Oh my god. Hey Rachel Vincent, good morning, girl. And he told him to calm down being snarky when he said, sorry, Tourette's.
All right, your next witness.
Oh, I didn't
Your
even
Honor, we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr. Hughes.
No, not Hughes. No, she's gonna go and refute everything Curry said. Jerk face. I hate her. I'm so mean. She's gonna say Curry is wrong. Sorry, buddy. We don't believe you. Ugh. Gosh. I don't want to see her.
Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay,
Yes,
ma'am?
Your Honor.
Thank you.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
Okay. And why are you here today?
To offer a rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are three sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98th percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes.
addressed?
Yes. Thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward, to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Shoot, what's gonna happen? I decided to turn on a couple lights. I don't know. I'm wondering, you know, like, you know how I'm sure you guys are all exhausted. By the end of the day, we're like exhausted. That's why I wasn't going to turn on my lights today, because I'm like wondering if I didn't have all these 6 lights staring at me for 8 hours, Wonder if it would make a difference and I wouldn't be so exhausted. So I was going to keep them off. But then I just decided to I turned half of them on, but maybe I should keep them off. What do you think? Do you think that's, I don't know. Well, I don't have them all on. Anyway, God, I hate this lady. I knew it. She's going to come and try to say Curry was wrong. Sorry. I mean, that's with doctors, you have different opinions, and that's what sucks. Like, you go to a doctor, you want to get a second opinion. One doctor will tell you this, another will tell you that. It's like, I like Dr. Curry, the way she does it, the way she thinks.
So Dr. Curry, let's move to the TSI 2. Dr. Curry
She
testified about.
caught her
your
Dr.
findings
Curry
on that.
again.
Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No,
Please
again,
describe why. Explain why.
what Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it. That score, the one that's elevated, which she's talking about, that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So the MFAS, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer measure malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAS is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAS, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, not above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of ability scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes. So I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong. And I think
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the issue we just addressed.
All right. I don't.
If you want to approach.
Elaine's like, was that her? She is so like flustered. She better retire after this. She just don't have it in her anymore. She's lost her speed. I don't even know if she ever had it. Maybe she used to be quick, but she's lost it if she has. She just needs to retire. Get out of the courtroom.
Now, Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who were struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for the sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection,
understanding.
narrative.
All right, next question.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in no, I just lost it. And in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Yeah, if you want to ask the question again.
Yeah, I probably should do that. You were qualified. I got to find my note. You were qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
So Teespring wrote me back. They're just like YouTube. Listen to what it says. They won't tell me what it was. They said, unfortunately, we are unable to advise on any artwork you upload within your account. If you have any concerns regarding your intellectual property, please review our guidelines. You got to be kidding. So now I don't know what it is. Was it the Captain? So I'm looking up if what if be a pirate is trademark, like that saying, be a pirate. So now, like, what if I don't use the jack, but that's what got me in trouble. So I just looked, I don't think, well, man, it sucks.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
Any objection to
I don't know what
1311?
it is, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to
May we
leave,
approach?
you want to approach?
Tom,
You gotta help me out what I should do. Should I take a chance and just think it's probably the picture of Jack Sparrow and not be the pirate? Because the whole slogan is be a pirate, not a turd. So even if be a pirate is some way copyrighted, they got to look at the whole thing, even though it's separate, you know, the way I have it written. But I just looked it up. I can't find anybody that looks like they trademark be a pirate. So it's got to be the picture, right, guys? Help me out, because I don't want to. If I get two of them, I might end up lose Teespring.
Thank you.
I don't see this in my document either.
They're getting the right one up.
yeah, we got it up. Let's use 1312.
1312, okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? That's the PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g., the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says
still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Well, let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay, you said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Okay. Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any objection of 1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, Kayla, I'm gonna get you that'd be awesome. So then I know what I could do. I'll get you like an example of kind of what the merch look like, and even though I had different fonts and stuff, but you only need to see like one of the colors of the fonts, right? It's the slogan. It would be. All right, hold on a second.
1309 and publish to the jury as demonstrative.
Doctor, do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Heard to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not limit
it's
herself to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right. I'll move to strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Heard, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these. You talked about the danger, I'm sorry. You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
What number is this? 13, plaintiff's 1310.
Thank you.
Any objection to 1310 as a
No, Your Honor.
demonstrative? Okay. You publish to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Heard, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph? It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
orient her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that you were supposed to look over the past year. And that's not the language?
No, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behavior. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the previous
Nope, asking
year,
you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in forensic practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year.
Yeah, on this, yes, it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right. Let's look at more instructions. Can we look at 1247, which is already in evidence? Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right. This is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right. Can we go to the first page? let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more. Oh, wait, that's good. This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked
Where
you
it's
whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's keep going. All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Right. But you chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because this is not a standardized test?
Well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay. Let's go another page or so. All right. Let's go another one. All right. Let's look at item 4B4. And I asked you, you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly. You used the term static risk factor. What did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
I know, wouldn't that be awesome if them two got to go at it? I think Curry would run circles around her. It would make a huge, they would, I just don't even like her face. Just bothers me.
What is the difference between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Action compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Action, Your Honor, compound.
Overruled. Good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, why don't we just come back at 11:05 then?
Thank you.
Excellent.
Man, I don't really have anything planned today because I spent all night doing the merge. I don't have anything planned to show you. I didn't even get to do that video of that so I don't think that Dr. Spiegel's saying I'm going to lie on the stand. When I listened to it, which I haven't got to put it in my editor, but I just listened to it over a few times, I think he says rely on the testimony, something about rely on the testimony. And I think I think that's what he's saying. But I feel like even on top of that, I feel like if you're going to think he says lie, I think it sounds more like he's saying not lie. But I think he's saying not rely or can I rely on the testimony. I don't think he's saying lie. I don't hear the lie at all. The lie, if I did hear lie, it almost sounds like that he says he's not going to lie. But I think he just said rely. I really do, guys. But I haven't. Like I said, I haven't time to put it in the editor because stupid merch. But Keiko's looking for me, so hopefully she'll be able to see what's copyrighted because I don't want to lose my what am I saying? I don't know. Let's see what else can we. Did anybody send? Let me see if somebody sent me something we could watch. Oh, you said, yeah, the Depp records. Let's see. Circuit Court. Okay, let's see what this says. Oh, cool. Thanks. I didn't even think about looking up the records, Casey. Or Cat C. Why did I call you Cat? Let's see. What could we – Let me see if there's something worth. Guys, give me 1 minute. I want to see if there's stuff we could look through it that is worth sharing for us to look at during this. Hold on, Zeke. I think I hear Zeke out there. Okay, hold on. You guys want to say, you want to say hi to Zekester? Okay, hold on, Zeke. I'm coming, buddy. Hold on, Bubba. All right, hold on. I'm gonna look through that, but hold on, bud. Hold on, let me go get Zeke real quick. If you guys want to say hi to him. Dirt, what's up? Come on, Zeke. I'm coming, buddy. I'm coming, Bubs. I see your tail under the door. I see the shadow on your tail. How are you the cutest boy ever? Hi to all your fans, because you have a lot of fans, buddy. You got a lot of fans, because everybody loves you. You're the cutest little guy ever. You're the cutest little guy ever. There's the little Zeke. Hold on, get my hair out of my face. Anyway. Yeah, send me stuff. I don't know. Might be boring on breaks today, guys, since I don't have anything planned. But oh well. My boy. Hi, Barry, dear life. He's a good buddy. He's a good buddy. So anyway, what are you guys thinking so far? Do you think it'll last all day? He's so sweet. Oh, he's so sweet. Like my little angel. Are you my little angel? Yes, you are. Look how cute you look. Gosh, you're so freaking cute. I swear. Zeke have a wrench? No, he needs a wrench. Do you want a wrench, Zekester? Oh my god, how are you so cute? No, he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. No, he's just saying hi.
Yeah, he had to come somewhere, huh? I was dusting a little bit.
Oh, okay. Remember, you can't carry him down the stairs. Let him just go. You can't carry him down. We don't try to carry him because what happens. Here, hold on. Yeah, he'll come down because you guys happened yesterday. Okay, I'll just keep, yeah, he can come back up and down. Be careful. What are you doing? Oh, be careful. Okay. All right. I'll keep the door cracked, Bubba, if you want to come in, okay? Love you. All right. All right, guys. Had a cute interruption. I love those interruptions from little Zekesters. My grandma like fell down this. Well, Zeke got more hurt than her yesterday. They were on like the third step. So that's why I was like, you have to be stern with it. Like, you cannot carry him down the stairs. Me and my mom always tell her, you can't do it. She'll carry him up and down the stairs. We're like, if you just let him go, and if not, we'll carry him. So she's gonna end up dropping him. Oh my god. I was freaking out last night thinking about like, what if she drops him down the whole stairs? Like I was really having anxiety, but she dropped him. She's like on the third stair and he fell on his side, and I was so worried about him. He popped right up, but me and my mom have to keep an eye and make sure she doesn't carry him up and down the stairs. You're gonna drop him. I don't know. Yeah, I was really worried. Like I gotta stop thinking about it, but after that I just was like worried all night, like picturing her like dropping him all the way down the stairs. I don't know. I was just starting to get really sad. Anyway. No, he didn't push her. She was holding him. Oh, no. Anyway, so yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have anything planned for breaks. Let me think. Oh yeah, here. So Kat sent me this stuff. Let's see what this. So what does the trial have, Kat? What can we find here? So we have closing argument. Oh, it just said, okay, so closing arguments, May 27th, Friday. Here, and well, let me just share my screen and we can just look at it together. I didn't even look through it. Let's see what we have here. Hold on, let me share. Share. Wait, I already have the screen share. Oh, that's because I have. Okay, hold on. We'll just see what we could find. We might be able to find some information that we want to know. Okay. So, oh, whoa, really? Wait, what infection, Michelle? Oh, what, Casey? Wait, what comment? By you, Casey, or by who? Muffin? Who? Tell me so I know. Oh, what text? Fake the text. I'm trying to see what you're talking. Did you hear about the text Johnny denied yesterday about the Molly? They actually say incoming and not outgoing. No, what? Wow. And see, Johnny doesn't know any better. He's looking at it and just right on the spot. So he's trusting. He doesn't know what to look for to see if it's actually maybe not even him. But he called it right. But I feel like it almost looked like, maybe he was lying. I don't know if the jury believed in it. Oh, well, maybe somebody had my phone because I didn't write those. So I just hope. So, I mean, I hope that they're not going to bring it up though. How, shoot. No, I didn't even notice. It's too busy on the freaking merch crap. I wish I would have been able to go through the video and look through stuff, find some interesting stuff. So, okay, wait. So I thought it was maybe just a joke about Molly ecstasy because they call, Molly ecstasy, or they call ecstasy like the pure Molly, like the MDMA or pure ecstasy. They call it Molly, like in the powder form, because you could either have the pressed pills or you could have Molly, which at least back when I partied, the Molly was the powder. It was like the pure MDMA, or you could get like the pressed pills, which sometimes were like cut with like speed and downers. You know what I'm saying? And it was good buzz, but like if you wanted the pure stuff, they call that Molly with the powder, where it's like supposed to be pure MDMA. But I thought maybe he was just joking about that, and he didn't realize. Probably maybe wasted in the court. He's not realizing, and all he knows is I don't know Molly, so this can't be mine. And he's not like clicking that maybe he was joking about drugs. But if you're saying, but Casey, in all fairness, sometimes depending on how they get the text and what files and from who, it could be incoming rather than outgoing. No, I mean they could be two different things. So are you sure? I don't know. I mean, maybe everybody's checked that and it's for sure. But you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say they got the text from this person this time, and then this person, they got it from his phone. So sometimes it might be incoming and sometimes it might be outgoing, depending on which set of text they get it from. So are we sure that it's for sure that it was the wrong, like it wasn't like something like that? That's bullcrap, because then why didn't the defense catch that? Because that made him look bad. I mean, that's huge. So like for the defense not to catch a simple mistake, if it was really as simple as incoming, outgoing, that like how come they didn't catch it then? Because that made him look like he was just lying. Because that was a huge negative thing. Because think about what they said. They said those phrases and they said, "Have you ever said it?" And he said, "I could assure you that I've never said that." You know what I'm saying? He's like, "No, 100%." Because she brought it up. He's like, "Why? If you're going to say I said that, I could assure you that those have never came out of my mouth. I have never said that." And then they bring up the text. So that looked, if he wouldn't have said that, it might not have looked as bad. But after he said that, and then it's like, bam, these are your texts. That was huge for his credibility. And how did they miss that then? Can they bring that up if they caught it by today or no? Gosh. I don't know though. So it could, if that's the case, gosh, spankings for the defense. And if it's, or it could just be because they got it from a different source. But I don't know. I guess I'll try to look into it. Let me go through these court things and maybe I'll try to see what I could find during when break's over. That proves the text about Molly was actually incoming, not going, all of the other texts. Well, that's what I was saying, Ashley, but it depends. Okay, wait, so there was the channel that proved that text was incoming, not outgoing. Incoming. But what I'm saying is if they got him from his phone, it would be outgoing. If they got him from another source, like whoever he was talking to, like maybe they got him from that phone, then it would be incoming. So are you sure? Are you saying the same set of text was mixed up, incoming, outgoing? Or are you just saying the previous text from other people? You know what I'm saying? So it could just be that. And like I said, if it's not, then it's a huge miss by the defense. And that was just, oh, that's a huge one, guys, because that made him look so bad. I'm sorry. Not that it was bad. Not bad as like people like they're gonna hate him or anything, but bad for his chances, to win this. I feel like that was a point taken from his side. That was a big deal, I think. Just because it was his credibility right there for him saying, "No, I assure you I've never said that." I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'll look into it, but so wait, when they showed him, like we could see, it's still we're not going to know because we don't know what source they got him from. And the only way we as the public would be able to figure out is if we had the whole chain and we could tell which ones for sure was Johnny on that text thread. And then we could be like, wait, look, he's saying Johnny up here. We could tell this is for sure him. And look, that's incoming because we don't know what source did they get those texts from. I'm weird. Like I need to see it like for sure. I can't just take it like that. Like because you got to think of all possibilities why that is. And then think, gosh, if it is that simple, why didn't the defense catch it? And so yeah, I don't jump on those ones because there's a lot of channels just put out things real quick and they don't think about all the different possibilities of why it could be that way, unless if you're saying like a court or like some legal person. Man, okay, so recalling Amber might be a bluff defense. Yeah, just like how they made Johnny hold on for how long, thinking that they might call him. So he goes in yesterday thinking he might be called onto the stand by the defense, and they didn't. But I guess he was going on the stand anyway for his team. I know that's what I'm saying. I feel like they would have, and if they didn't, that was a huge miss by them. They let Johnny down on that. Those lawyers are getting paid good, and they miss a little simple thing like that. I would be mad. Oh wait, they did the blockage in her intestines, but the X-rays are showing there's another. Oh my god! Prayers, Libby. How is she doing though? Why does she have all these blocks? Like, what is the cause of it? What's going on? Okay, so let me share. I already share my screen. Well, you know what? We could even look at this on another break too, but we'll look at it a little bit real quick here while we still have like 5 minutes here. Let's see what we got. But thanks for telling me, Casey, because I definitely want to look into it because that's really interesting. If that's the case, I mean, thanks. Okay. There's so many things to look into with this that if you just had so many times, you could probably catch a lot of lies and a lot of like differences of stories, like that one Janine body language expert girl lady caught how like Whitney's story differed from Amber's. I mean, she was able to compare like how Amber said she came from. One of them said she came from the bedroom, and the other said she came from up the stairs and stuff like that. Like to catch all that stuff. And I'm over here wasting my time on this merge. I'm sorry. I'm very, what's the word? Like bitter or I don't know. I'm just mad about my wasted time because it's like there's already not enough hours in a day. Okay. So so it says closing. Okay, hold on. Let me try to make this bigger. Not working. Wait, I thought it was. Oh, yeah, it is. Jeez, it just popped up. Wait, why did that go over? Okay, here we go. So, oh my God, why is that moving like that? Hold on. Okay, closing arguments are expecting on Friday. Yep, so that's tomorrow. Deliberation. Let's see. On subsequent days during jury deliberation, 100 wristbands will be distributed each day after May 27th. Or after May 27th, the Circuit Court Chief Judge Penny I don't even know how to say her name, will keep the 5J courtroom open because she has a full docket of cases unrelated to Depp. Her spectators can sit in the courtroom while other cases are being heard. The overflow courtroom will also be open in case any of those 100 spectators want to sit elsewhere to wait. Once the jury is ready to return to court with their verdict, a deputy in the overflow courtroom will escort the spectators back to 5J so they can hear the verdict. So 100 spectators will be allowed in the courtroom for the verdict. The courthouse opens at 7 a.m. Does the public parking, must go through security screening procedure. Prohibited are guns, knives, ammunition, pepper spray, mace, razor blades, drugs, dangerous hazard material. Why does that keep moving? I've never had that. What the heck? Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. I think I pushed the wrong button. Oh my lord. How do I get this back to normal? Yeah, I did something. Shoot. Oh, shoot. I don't know how to get it back. Oh. Shoot. Instead of oh my god, my chat's this small and I'm this huge on my main screen and I don't know how to get it back to normal. Somebody help me. I accidentally hit win alternate plus instead of control plus. And so it did something weird. I can't get it back. Does anybody know? Oh no. Oh. Normal. Okay, hold on. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I got it. Whew, that scared me. I thought I was stuck. Actually, it's still a little bit. There we go. I think that's about normal. Okay, I'm back. All right. Well, we'll look at it later. Now I know how to really well, no, I don't because I don't know how to get out of it all the time. Escape. Because usually you'll hit control plus and it magnifies your screen. Well, I accidentally hit the window alternate key plus and it magnified it, but it made it like weird magnified where the picture was magnified and then the
Are we ready for the jury? Yes, yes, sir.
yeah, the picture is magnified, but the little chat was like mini. Like I would have to get a magnifying glass out. Literally, I'd have to get my grandma's magnifying glass to read your guys' text. It's like shrunk. It was so weird. Oh, I figured it out now. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, Casey, though, let me know where, like, text me or email me where you saw that, like, about the and if it was just like a random creator or was it like something legal, like a confirmation that that was happening, or where you saw that about the text and stuff. I'd like to get. I guess I could just go through it and find that spot and see if I could. But then I would have to. What I would have to do is go through all the days of all the find all the texts where they showed from Johnny and get screenshots of it and then kind of compare. Which there might actually be an area where they all are, and I can look and we could kind of look and see from there maybe if we could figure out if that's true. If some of them do have incoming outcoming depending on all the sources, or if that's the only one that looks like that. But that still doesn't mean, because maybe that was the only one that they got from a different source. I mean, it could just mean that. Well, so Whitney is in there. Where is she? I don't see her. Oh, I thought earlier you guys said she was there. I don't see her at all. Or is that her? Wait, maybe that is her. Yeah, she's in the middle of those 3 girls, right? Because her hair is not like it's like it's a little bit wavier now. Yeah, that's her. Okay. Huh. All right. Hi, Jackie. I might have had to. Oh my god, that would be funny. Thanks, Casey. So none of these people, none of you guys in chat live in Virginia? I should have traveled for this. I should have went there. That's not too far from me. Could have made a little vacation out of it. Yeah, but like out of all the days, what would I have gotten lucky to get in maybe one time? I mean, what's the chances you would get in a lot? I guess if you were there like early every day, but I think a lot of people were getting there really early, right? I think I'm gonna go get one of my Italian ices. Kind of getting hungry. What'd you guys have for breakfast or lunch or dinner? Because I know we're on.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the stand, please.
Oh, shoot.
Yes, ma'am. Water.
Whoa, did anybody see this comment? Well, I guess you guys were talking about that they might.
Thank you, ma'am. And just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overrule.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny, threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules.
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't
lack
do
of
it.
foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses
Overruled.
yesterday.
Go ahead.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
where they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my.
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very
Yes,
briefly?
yes. Yeah.
I'm eating some bugles. I don't usually eat chips that much and salty things, but I don't know. Hi, Retro. Peridot Eyes. Hey, Sarah Lee. Jill. Oh. That's another way you could tell if somebody's lying. If they're really experiencing that sadness and they're sincere, a lot of the time the audience is going to feel that, right? I didn't feel it at all. Like, I wanted to punch her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like anything when she does that because it's freaking fake. I was getting so mad. I'm like, shut the heck up, dude. And I get sad when I see people cry, even if it's people I don't really like. If they're really crying and they're really sad, I don't care. It makes you sad. But when it's not real, like it doesn't make you feel any emotions because it's freaking fake. Anyway. Oh, I know I'm muted, Chelsea Lynn. I'm eating. And obviously, I'm probably chewing loud if his dog could can hear me chewing. So when I chew, because I eat fast. I just eat them all at once, and then I don't know. I'm a pig, I guess. I eat everything fast. If I'm hungry or not, I don't know. I just eat fast. That's probably why I'm always have a stomachache after I eat. Yeah, we'll do I know, Marky, me too. We'll do ASMR. No, I knew that bothers some people. Mm. Mm-hmm. I don't like the squeezed cheese. Am I weird? Wait, where is that squeezed cheese? I don't like cheese that squirt, like, what is it they call it? Like the liquid cheese type stuff. I do not like it. Mm-mm. Not at all. It's too, like, rich for me. But I seriously rarely eat chips or, like, salty things because I'm more of a sweet girl. So, but I don't know why. I was just, like, craving it. And I have my freaking Italian ice, but as I was getting that in my microwave, doing my little process, I saw these and I'm like, ooh, you know what? These would be good. Get a little salty taste and then wash it down with the Italian ice, and that'll probably be basically my lunch. So I got to order something for like a lunch / dinner. Like, what should I get, guys? What are you guys eating for dinner? Family stuff. My mom eats them. That's why she got them. She loves them, but I usually don't even touch the chips or anything. My grandma eats chips. I know these aren't chips, these are bugles, but like chips, salty things. I'm always going for the sweet or sweet and salty. Oh, man. Dude, she looks so mad. She don't look sad. She looks mad. What is going on? Why is she so mad? She's probably thinking, gosh, when this trial's over and she gets back home, I'm going to get beat up because I didn't do a good job on the stand or something. Like, she's not happy with how I did on the stand. I'm going to get beat up. And that's not even funny. I don't even want to laugh about it because I feel bad for Whitney. I feel bad for her, but I'm mad that she just didn't suck it up and be a better person and not lie. You know what I'm saying? So I have this little bit of anger towards her, but I do feel bad for her too. You know? Because I know she's a victim. She really is a victim. You know? All right. But gosh, do what's right, girl. You know, with somebody's life, you just freaking lied. I mean, those were some big accusations. All right. This is like turned into an ASMR channel today. All right. Oh, this is like perfect. See, in the microwave 20 seconds, and it's still like frozen, but it's just like, I don't know, where you could actually get a whole spoon and it's just perfect. I don't know, is it? I wish Dr. Curry was there when Hughes was up there. Hmm. Oh my god, that's right. She does look like that girl from House on the Prairie, but I don't know if I'm thinking of the same girl. I don't know if that her name's Nellie, but I'm thinking of that one main girl that's on there that kind of looks like Whitney. Is that Nellie? Hi, Ice Mel. Are they? I didn't see. Hi, Amanda P. Hey, Dawn. Hey, SBL. Good morning, guys. Hey, Maroni's mom. Jill, Terry, Bree, Sarah, Batman. I feel like there's a lot of people that I haven't got to Say hi to. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll up and see. Oh, hey, Linda. Your life, Tina. Brian's trying to hit up the ones I haven't said hi or hit up. Find the ones I haven't. Oh, roast some fresh veggies in the oven. Make it so. That sounds good. Hey, Alexa. Make. Oh, every day. Oh, what does he have stories? Guilty. Bridget, my favorite are salty snacks. Not big into sweets. Yeah, like a lot of people are. Mom more the sweet or sweet and salty. Shannon, pie and mash. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. That cow. She's got a horse head. She felt her. How do you say this? Most Nem sign? Nemo sign? Nemo sign? Nemo sign? Lauren May? Wallace Angela? Okay, Lonnie. Yeah, she does. Hey, well, hey, Koala Cole. Who the badish? Babish. Or who that bitch? Alright, I think Hey, Alex. Said hi to well, as much as I'm going up. We're go back down. Hey, Rachel. Got Michelle. Alright, I'm gonna just enjoy my, morning. Enjoy my Italian ice for a minute. Let's just watch the two sisters with their witch faces. No. Why do I sound so mean? So that girl, she's been on it this week, but why I didn't see her the first couple weeks? That lawyer right there sitting beside Johnny. Look, they don't really have any chemistry, her and Johnny. Okay. I'm gonna mute this so I could eat my thing before it melt. Oh, it's getting melty. Okay.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture, that was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right? Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard?
that.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture, as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That isn't correct.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as
Thank you,
non-responsive.
Your Honor.
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. in case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't
heard
come from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video-
my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I
Ms.
mean,
Heard,
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
If I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I
Remember
don't.
that? Right. You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799. This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also, I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or not.
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington?
That is correct.
In there too?
That
Ms.
is
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Ms. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please, thanks. If I could have day 16 trial testimony. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Could you please turn first to page 4585?
Sorry, one second.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458, I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
line 16. Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that defendant's exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet.
Got it.
Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in
in my
relation to that incident.
sorry, go ahead.
In
What?
relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor,
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank
in
you.
redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover
remove-
it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's in
right,
evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that.
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750. Specifically line 16. Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may we
week.
approach?
Yes.
Oh, she's freaking. Oh, she's talking back, and now Rottenborn wants to approach like Camille's doing something wrong. If anything, she is a, what did they call that? Something witness. What's the term? Because you can't do that as a up there. You can't sit there and argue like, well, if you just look at it, like the lawyer asks you the questions and you answer. You can't be talking to her like that. So Rottenborn has no reason to be like, can we approach? He's gonna go complain about Camille or something. That's bull crap. Hostile, thank you, or aggressive. Yeah. That's thanks, Tasha and Karen. Yeah, that's bull crap, dude. Camille. She sounds like an idiot. Oh my god. I didn't get to enjoy the first part because I was dealing with another copyright issue I'll tell you about during break. Another mistake copyright issue that I was freaking preoccupied at the beginning
All
of
right,
this.
ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Okay.
Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Ms.
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do
Curry-
mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years, this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to document.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you have endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up. That revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, speculation,
It's
hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as a non-response.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just,
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. If I can have the attorneys approach.
Wow, you guys, that was awesome. Oh my God. I almost want to watch the beginning over again. Maybe we can watch just that first like 5 minutes over again because I was preoccupied. I know I had it on, but I don't know. But you guys, would you guys want to watch just like maybe like the first 10 minutes of Camille's over during break or no? I might run down real quick and get my coffee. So for lunch, I have it. Will you guys be all right? I've only had 1 cup so far. All right, I'll be back, guys, okay? I'm just gonna go get it. God, Camille, she never disappoints. She is freaking on it. I would have loved to see Whitney. Like, so that lie about the stairs, because Whitney knows she's lying about the stairs. Like, God, I want to zoom into Whitney when she's talking about her pushing her down the stairs. I just want to, like, go, like, bring Whitney right to my face and be like, Whitney. I don't know what I would say. I would have somebody else do it that's more powerful or that's more convincing. But just get it out of her that she's freaking lying. Because you know you're not going to get it out of Amber. Hey, hula bulu. Okay, cool. Then we'll watch it on break. Cool. Okay, because yeah. All right, hold on. I'll be back then. I'm going to go get my coffee.
Witness?
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go, tomorrow I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go, okay? So have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody, don't do any outside research. All right, we'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
All rise.
So wait, are they going to have that in like on camera? The things that they're doing, or no? The videos, because they're coming back to meet with jury instructions. Yeah, that's not going to be on. I mean, we don't need to watch that, right? Okay, so let's find let me find where I could start where the Camille cross exam so we can watch it, okay? Watch it again. So guess what, guys? Let me know if anybody else experiences it again before we start. I got another copyright in the middle of that one guy from TMZ. Just 30 seconds in the middle of his whole testimony. No, 50 seconds. It's just in the middle of his testimony, like in mid-sentence, copyright. I just said that these false copyrights have got to stop. I'm like, is there a way to monitor it? Because there's no way. I said, there's no way that this freaking company owns this guy's speaking, like this guy, like what he says. Like it has to be a mistake, right? So now I got one in the middle of Richard Marks' testimony, about a minute of his testimony, and it's not at a time where they're showing a video or music. It's just the middle of his testimony, and now a middle of the TMZ guy's testimony. I think it's there's shady companies trying to get away with it, thinking people aren't going to dispute it. They know this Johnny Depp trial is huge. They're going to smaller channels and like, let's copyright this, copyright that. Maybe they're going to big channels too, thinking we're not going to, like, that's bull crap. Anyway, does anybody, because last time when I said it about the Richard Marks, somebody said the umbrella guy or somebody got the same one. Have you guys heard anybody getting the guy from TMZ yet? This is bull crap, dude. I just got it though. It just popped up when Camille started her freaking cross. So I was busy disputing it. It's bull. I am, because I know for sure that's nothing. I was like, this has to be a mistake. Like, it's not like a fair, if it was a fair use issue or a public domain issue, but this has to be a mistake. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I type in public domain and I'm like, this has to be some kind of mistake. There's no way that this guy could own this guy's testimony. And not even the whole testimony. Like, if he would, okay, for some reason, if he owns his testimony and his speech, it would be the whole thing. It wouldn't just be like mid-sentence of like something random. It's like that. And I even said, is there a way to monitor this? Because these are false claims and that goes against policy. It's just a pain because we have to freaking deal with it and have to wait till it's settled. Anyway, yeah, this trial has brought up so many copyright. Well, it's okay. Those are the two mistakes. And then it's brought up other ones that are definitely fair use. But I've gotten so many I had to fight since covering this trial. They might come back to Law&Crime. They have a countdown. So I'll keep it on and we'll see if they come back. But in the meantime, I'm going to find, oh, wait, here. See what's going on here. Oh, shoot. Never mind. That's something else. Let me see what's going on. Elementary school. Is this a new one? Hold on a second. No, never mind. Okay, hold on. Let me get the cross so we can watch it. Because you guys said you missed it. A lot of people missed it. All right, let me get it up. Hold on. I don't think they're coming back, but why does Law&Crime have all the other channels? It looks like they're off, but they have a countdown. I don't know how fun that would be to watch, like, jury instructions. I don't even know if I would want to watch that and filling out forms, right? Okay, so let me just go back and find the cross. Here we go. All right, hold on. That just has. Hold on, guys. All right, let me see if this has the whole thing. That's not the whole one. I might just have to go to whole live stream and then just find the spot. You know how they put up, like, bits and pieces, but they don't have her whole cross in a selected one up yet. They just have like a part of it. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the live and go rewind it. All right, hold on 1 second. Or fast forward, or however. Yeah, it would be fast forward. Or rewind, I mean. All right, hold on, guys. I'm getting it. All right. Skip. All right. So let's back it up to. How are we getting there, buddy? Don't leave me. I got it. I'm almost there. Gotta get there. I'm almost to the part where they're about to start. Oh my God. I'm just going over Law&Crime. And seeing, like, they are getting thousands of dollars in super chat. One person almost donated $3,000, hundreds of dollars. It's crazy. Like these huge companies, they really don't need it. They're probably like multi-million. I mean, they probably have like millions of dollars and people are donating thousands of dollars to them, but they don't do it to like small channels that actually really would need it. It don't make sense. Like why is somebody going to donate like $2,669 to Law&Crime? I mean, but why? It's not like they actually would even need it, to be honest. I mean, they're going to make money regardless. They're a big company. And then somebody else donated, I wish I didn't see that. Wow, $1,500? You don't see that on like small channels that actually are like would like need the money, that struggle. These are big companies, and then I get yelled at because I don't know. I gotta stop. Okay, let me find where this starts. Okay, so that's still the direct exam. Hold on. Okay, it's got to be after this. Yeah. Hold on, hang in there with me. I probably look weird. My profile. Actually, you know what? I could just share it. And wait, why? That didn't go on break again. Hold on. Why is it going? This isn't. It keeps going backwards. Just give me a minute. Well, you know what I'll do? Hold on. I'm just going to bring it up and we could go find it together because I don't understand why it keeps repeat and watch. I'll show you what I'm talking about. It probably won't do it now though that I. Okay. What is this one? Hold on. Okay. Don't leave, guys. I know I'm taking a minute. I'm just trying to get it to the spot that we need it. It should be. So we'll watch.
Very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why. It's been
Okay. Now it should be, right? Or how many times did they approach? This might not be the right time. I hope this is the beginning, right? Let's see. Will you guys know right away?
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture, that was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet
broken,
being
right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up.
That is Dr. Hughes right there sitting beside Whitney. I just wanted to point that out. Now that we're not live, we could actually stop and chat for a minute. That's her with her mask on. No, I'm not making fun of masks. I wear a mask. Yeah. You know, after like I saw how serious it was and my dad died and my mom went in the hospital, and don't take it like I was making fun of her. I just don't like her face. So actually, I'm glad she has a mask on because it covers up her face. I'm so mean. But anyway, somebody was asking, and so I just wanted to stop and show if that they were asking if that was her. Oh, thanks, Nell Bell. Shoot, I didn't say that like I would. Now I feel like I hope I wasn't trying. I'm saying like not you guys, but like it's just weird that because I'm not gonna go into it. I'm just gonna appreciate it. Thank you. I just feel bad for even making a big deal. I just happened to catch those super chats over there, and it just kind of took me off guard there. But thank you so much. Thank you for all your time and hard work. You're so. Thank you, Nell Bell. You're so sweet. Thank you. That's huge. Wow. Thank you. What was I gonna say? I don't know, but thank you so much. Okay. I know. I'm glad she's not though, so we could see her, see the whole thing. All right, I'm gonna play. Wait, what did I read your caption? It says, "Thank you for all your time and hard work, Xavier. You're so appreciated and loved." Aw, you guys are the best. I know I was sad when they're like, the day's over. I'm like, no, I'm not done hanging out with everybody. And then I'm down there, so I'm like, I hope everybody doesn't leave. Don't leave, because I'm down there making the coffee. All right, here we go.
Up that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex parte TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize, I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing a
Objection,
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as
Thank you, Your
non-responsive.
Honor.
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Hurd.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes,
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Hurd?
No,
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former
Real quick, awesome point, because she claims on all the other pictures where she doesn't have the freaking bruise. Oh, because I had makeup on. Oh, because I have makeup on. So Camille's like, bam. So the one day that you say you didn't even tell the media you were going to be there, it was really just because for what it was. It wasn't for this, for publicity. You just decide not to wear makeup. But every other day you cover it up. That's such a good point. What's the motive there, buddy? It's obvious.
TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Hurd?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video-
my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Hurd. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under oath.
I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I mean, come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I
Remember
don't.
that? Right. You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Sorry, I won't interrupt too much, but right there, it shows she's lying. Okay, she said if I wanted to do it, I would have done it, myself. But then she's not even smart enough and quick enough to realize Camille just made her look stupid because she's like, well, you just said you wouldn't know how to leak a video if you if you tried. And she's like, yeah, no, I wouldn't. Well, like 30 seconds ago, you just said, well, if you really wanted to, you just done it yourself. You would have basically done a way better job and quicker, but yet you don't know how to do it. What's the answer, Amber, you idiot? Camille's too quick for you, Amber. Like, how are you? Anyway.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799. This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also, I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or
Let's
not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington
That is correct.
in there too?
That
Ms.
is
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining
Guys, I just went to what Law&Crime are doing live, and it looks like, from what it looks like, let's switch over just for a minute, because it looks like they're talking about the incoming and outgoing text that Casey was talking about. So if Law&Crime, they're pretty credible for law. You know, it's not just some random channel talking about it. So let's see what they're saying, guys. You want to see that? And then we'll come back to this. Hold on. Let me share it. Because you got me curious, you know, hold on. Let me take this banner off. Is that true? And how did the defense miss it if that's true? Okay, hold on. This one. This one. Okay. I might have to rewind it. All right, let's see. Okay, so let's see if we have to rewind it at all.
These are incoming text messages. The one Johnny Depp said he wrote yesterday, the one where he said that they sent to Christian Carino and said that Amber Heard is begging for global humiliation, total global humiliation, highlighted, outgoing.
So it's within the same text. Okay.
So we don't know if that was a mistake on Ben Rottenborn's part or a mistake or if it was intentional. We just don't know. I would love to ask Ben Rottenborn about that. But this clearly is an outgoing text that Johnny Depp said, yes, I wrote that. The ones about the really graphic sexual stuff, incoming, it's stamped. So
they're saying within the same conversation. That's what I was saying. If we could look in within the same conversation and we could know that, okay, this one's for sure Johnny because either it says his name or because what it said, and within that same text. And then if it's different, then heck yeah, that's wrong. And that's what she's showing. So it does look like they got it wrong within that same conversation. One was outgoing and one was ingoing. Wow. The defense freaking missed that. That makes me, I feel like that almost makes me more mad though, because that's a big deal, man. I wish the defense could go back in and let the jury know, like, wait, no. Shoot. You guys. I'm upset about that. I was hoping it wasn't, oh man, okay, anyway. That could make a difference. I mean, that could make a difference in somebody's mind on, like, in the bigger picture when they're trying to decide, you know, if how credible with everything. Oh shoot, guys. You think the jury will catch it? Okay, I guess they'll have it. Because that one's easy. They don't have to go back through like all the texts and everything and then be like, okay, so this one's it's within that same group of text to the same person, it looks like, right? That they were asking him. And then Johnny says, yeah, I wrote this one. And then in the same group of the same conversation, right? Saying, well, no, I don't remember that one. And one says incoming, one says outgoing. Like, I wish Johnny would have even noticed that. I just don't understand how the defense, because that it's right there all for you. It's not like they had to go compare like other text and get them all together. It would have been right there. It should have been so obvious for the defense. Oh, I hope, Amy, because I think that's a big deal. It would make a deal in my way of thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm saying I would, of course, I feel like I would vote in favor of Johnny, but I'm just saying that would be something I think about because that bothered me yesterday. That he said that no way I would ever say that. And then it's like, well, here it is. And he was like, oh, well, you know, I didn't, well, somebody must have took my phone because I didn't say it. And it just makes him look like he stands so strong on it. Absolutely. I would never do that. How do we even believe that? Because he made it like seem like no way. It was like an extreme, like never. Not that. Well, I don't know. I don't think it was like a no. I would never. That would never come out of my mouth. And then it looked like it did. You know what I'm saying? And I know he said, well, somebody must have had my phone, but anybody's. You know, does everybody believe that? That's an excuse anybody could say. So I just, that's huge. Do you think they're allowed to bring that up in closing arguments? Because I don't know if they are, because that would be new stuff. Like, I don't know if they are, guys. Do you guys know? Oh, I thought it was. I thought she just showed it wasn't the same conversation. Didn't she just show that? Well, hold on, let me rewind it. Are you sure? Well, we just caught the tail end, but it looked like how she was scrolling. It looked like it was the same thing. Hold on, let me see. I swear it looked like it, but I guess I should have rewound it a little more to see. All right, let's see. And then we'll finish the cross, but wow. All right, let's go back. Okay. It was definitely in the same day, though. Let's see. I thought it was just the same person. All right, let's go to here and play it. Hold on, let's go start. Now let's just go. Let's see. Okay, let's start right here, guys. See what they say.
Was it a mistake on their part? The messages he denied ever saying, and I understand you also received a message about this on Twitter.
I did, Jesse. And I received this message actually late last night, and I didn't really have a chance to look at it closely. It was one of those things I just kind of glanced at it and thought I'll get to it in the morning. But I want to show you what one of our viewers sent to us. And this is our footage. They took it directly from our YouTube channel. So remember that whole line of questioning yesterday by Ben Rottenborn about these sexual texts talking about, Molly's, you know what, is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges? And I want to change her understanding of what it's like to be thrashed. And it was like,
Hold on, guys. I know I'm going to annoy you, but I want to screenshot that so then I could go back and zoom in and really analyze this later, or we could do it together. Hold on. Don't get mad. I just want to screenshot a couple shots. Let's see what has the best shot right here. No, we'll go this one. And then, okay, hold on. I guess I could always go to the probably the evidence. It'll probably, okay, so we got that. I'm gonna do a couple screenshots, so just hang in with me. I could zoom in and really make sure what's going on, because I want to know. I want to know, man. Maybe I shouldn't know, because it's just gonna make me mad, maybe.
You know what, is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges? And I want to change her understanding of what it's like to be.
Hold on, don't be mad. I know some people get annoyed. I just want to screenshot it. I know, I gotta quit apologizing. That's probably more annoying. I know. Okay. This takes a minute. I don't know what the quick... I have to figure out, I used to be able to have, like, on my other computer where it was just one button to screenshot, but now I have to pull down 3 buttons for some reason.
Thrashed, and it was like, I need, I want, I take, all this stuff. Well, I want to show this to you. It's talking really derisively about women. Well, these texts were extracted from Johnny Depp's phone, right?
Hold on. Just hang in. And then we'll finish watching the cross, so don't leave me, guys. But this is pretty important, and we were talking about it, so I think it's just on now. Like, it was just on when I flipped over to see what was live. So, like, we gotta watch it. Okay.
This is an incoming text. Johnny Depp said that he didn't write it. He said he didn't write this text. He doesn't have enough hubris in him to write something like this and to think that any woman he wants is there for his taking. So it says direction incoming. So these are incoming text messages. The one Johnny Depp said he wrote yesterday, the one where he said that they sent to Christian Carino. And
they're not making it very clear. Maybe it's not. So I'm gonna have to get the screenshots of this and see if it is the same one. Yeah, because hold on, let me see what she says. Hold on, guys. Just want to get this screenshot real quick. I'll be able to figure it out. I feel like once I when I'm just by myself focusing on.
I said that Amber Heard is begging for global humiliation, total global humiliation, highlighted, outgoing. He admitted to writing that text message. So we don't know if that was a mistake on Ben Rottenborn's part or a mistake or if it was intentional. We just don't know. I would love to ask Ben Rottenborn about that. But this clearly is an outgoing text that Johnny Depp said, yes, I wrote that. The ones about the really graphic sexual stuff, incoming. It's It's stamped.
Well, I'm sure she knows what she's doing, so I'm sure she's double checked to make sure that it's not like what we said earlier, where it's just a different. Okay, Zeke, where it could be like from a different source. So I'm sure, but we'll double check it. I'm definitely going to. Hold on, let me get Zeke, guys. Okay, Zeke. Hi, Busters. How's my Busters? Come say hi. Oh, I missed you so much, my little guy. My little boy, my little handsome buddy. He's the most handsome boy in the world. He's the most handsomest guy in the world. Isn't he, guys? Is he not the most handsomest guy in the world, my little Zeeksters? I love him so much. I was so worried about him last night. I was so worried about you. I was like, oh, I was having like anxiety. Picturing him, like, what if he, like, seeing him, like, actually maybe dropping all the way down the stairs. Oh, I can't even think about it. Oh, Bubba. And I have no power or control because I don't have eyes on it the whole time. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna watch the rest of the cross. Oh, I love you, buddy. I love you. You're such a good boy. Okay. Tonight's my night to sleep with him. He actually, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, Bubba. Oh, wait. I'm not, okay. I'll give you one. Hold on, guys. Okay. So silly. How are you so silly? Bubba, what are you know? You need the door cracked. You're so silly. Why are you the silliest boy? Okay. All right. Let's finish the cross, guys. Sorry I interrupted you with that, but it's definitely interesting. Okay. Let's finish the cross now. All right. Share my screen. All right, let's do it. Okay. Zeke, I hear you. I hear you, cutie. All right, let's play.
Restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Mr. Hurd, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please, thanks. If I could have day 16 trial testimony. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Could you please turn first to page 4585?
Sorry, 1 second.
specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 4585. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16. Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that defendant's exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet.
Got it.
Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor,
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank you.
in redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's in
right.
evidence.
Next question.
Well, the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd,
confusion.
there is no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This gets good, guys. Watch. She's just. Oh,
Thank you.
oh Zeke's scratching me. Yeah. Hold on, Bubba.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750. specifically line 16. Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14?
Yes.
Through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may we
week,
approach?
Yes.
Everybody pray for little Libby. Liberty Bell. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She's so cute. You want me to share a picture with everybody, or lady, one of the pictures you sent? Oh my god. So this is her second surgery. She's in surgery right now. She's so adorable. Oh my god. I'll have to bring a picture up. I know it's bullcrap. Like, she sits there and like talks. Well, you'll see at the end. I mean, like what she does. It's like hostile witness, like the way she's arguing and like basically, well, you look at the metadata, or if you just look at it, you could tell. Like, what a jerk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. Sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear by
Ms.
this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do
Curry-
mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack
many-
of foundation.
Okay, since we already watched this, I'm going to stop it because I guess they are back in court, but it's probably boring stuff, isn't it? Let's turn it on because it was just, they said jury instructions and stuff. We'll see. Let's see if it's interesting. I might rather just like talk or something. Well, let's see. Hold on. Let me bring it up and see what we got going on. All right, 1 second. Share. All right. Chrome. Okay, we might have to rewind it a little bit. Let's see. All right. Wait, I pushed play on the wrong one. Hold on. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to.
I'll rewind it a little bit. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize. I wasn't 100% sure that they were going to even have it videoed. And maybe we could skip through boring parts anyway. Wait, is this? This is.
So I think it might just be that it's in evidence. However, it's not going to go back to the jury because it's.
Okay, hold on. There we go. All right, hold on. Okay, let's see, guys. I don't know. See if it's anything good. It is pretty interesting. What can come in at closing? Oh, okay, cool. Then we'll see. Sorry, guys. I should have. Now we're behind on it. I should have been looking, but I just.
Right now, outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse, we're covering the Q&A session where we are taking your questions.
Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Go back to the jury because it's corrupted. Okay, does everybody agree that it's in evidence to
And so it's
Okay, here we go.
do anything about it?
Right.
So I think it might just be that it's in evidence. However, it's not going to go back to the jury because it's corrupted. Okay, does everybody agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's
Okay.
just an Eastern Columbia building video, so that's fine.
That's just, just, it's corrupt. Okay, do you have more
Just
exhibits to give?
Cut in.
Good, let's get Jamie here.
Oh, they could watch it in the audience.
All right. All right, so these, you want to get your list, Jamie, and make sure? Go ahead. All right, it's defendants 393, 821, 857, 857A, 883, 1859, 1905. Make sure that's nothing. The second page of that. 1050. This seems to be a longer one. Hold on. And I think that is it, correct? All right, are you missing any other exhibits?
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes,
we
you have some?
from
Okay.
today.
Let's
Yes.
go ahead and get those. All right, so these were the two through, these, all right, so we have, okay, I think this one's theirs. All right, so I have plaintiff's exhibit 1316 and 1317. Yeah.
I still need 1301.
1301, does anybody have 1301? Plaintiff's 1301?
Was an Instagram post?
An Instagram post.
We'll get it, Your Honor.
And then that 711A and 711B from today.
711A and 711B, the one without the metadata, one with the metadata showing. It was the same pictures, but it showed the metadata.
I believe that was 712A and 712 and 713A.
Yes,
I don't have those.
we just don't have them, 712 and 713A.
Understood, okay.
Can I get now?
Yeah.
Trying to get all the exhibits together right now, so we have them all together so we can review them.
And then the other one is 120D is not in evidence, but it's on their list as in evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as an evidence, but we do not have it in evidence. All right, is that all the pieces of evidence?
Yes.
Excellent. That's good. Good, okay, so we are very close to getting all of that. I don't want to leave here until we have every piece of evidence with Jamie and everybody has reviewed it, so we don't have to review that tomorrow and waste time with that, okay? All right, so now I think we can do jury instructions, correct? All right, let me just go over the ones that we had a few issues with. At the first one I'm going to go over is the self-defense. There's two, that would be number 28 and 29, correct? And I took those under advisement. Do you still have an objection to the self-defense? All right. So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that, is relevant evidence to a self-defense, that Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp.
All right, so you're saying if agency is found.
If agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
We
I would-
found one from 1887.
That might have been-
1887.
And I know I had seen one a
We said
while
it was a
back.
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense one, so.
Well, I know we had taken a look at one a while back. I think, but I don't have a case site for you. I think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. And so at a minimum, I think we should figure that out, I guess. But the reason we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020. I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
It goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, I mean, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things? But saying, even under their theory, 2 years ago I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, to say that then it's fair for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine, all the things that he said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard responded fairly and reasonably to Mr. Depp's case through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you want. And obviously there's only 3 statements that comprise the counterclaim, but as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
Right.
To have Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and reasonable and entitled to the privilege is inappropriate. And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Rottenborn noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
What do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is any evidence. And I don't think it's my role to weigh that.
It's an alleged this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case who said, well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence, at least, that so it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
And that's
You have to make them, I have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of Ms. Heard. Some evidence.
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
Not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence? The statements fairly arose in response to Ms. Heard's accusation. Did anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Waldman's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
that he was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's.
Well,
That's
what Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it as a separate case, their claim and then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Oh, okay.
So the standalone case doesn't, your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he couldn't have made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So he had to have been, what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground because there's no, plus Your Honor, a couple points. To your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two, the defense doesn't apply. And this is, this is under the Haycox case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. So if the malice inquiry incorporates this, this is the, let's see, 200 Virginia 212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case and that says, statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they are false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this. In addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something now.
And when I say, just looking at your case, you're claiming these alleged defamation. The three we have allegations. Well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
But then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 when she made her and 2018 she has the op-ed that have a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks, and then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit. That somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
The counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
We're not acting in defense against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense that are in evidence?
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and it was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements. Right.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
Against Ms. Heard's accusations, it is correct.
That would be crazy, Your Honor, if they get a jury instruction because he was responding.
I understand that.
Again, the number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case. You have the op-ed, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed, you have the People magazine article, you have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article, you have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't get,
If the jury finds actual malice,
then it's not protected
that may
speech.
obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way they
jury
can find in this case is if there is actual malice. This goes back to their defense, slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And it's unique to this case, I understand that. But so if they find actual malice and defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes,
So-
correct. The same with this,
It's-
that's why we're
right.
not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense,
Right.
because there's no basis for it.
I mean, if the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot,
Which I agree. I think what's what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay, so you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
if you don't mind denying, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
okay, that's fine. I'll deny. That's instruction 28 and 29. Okay, put that in the deny stack. All right, next one I have is the republication one. Okay. So I see both of them dueling paragraphs for the republication. Yes, sir. And I understand last time we spoke that you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the 3 sentences as yours for republication. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
That didn't, well,
I
you
think
must
it's
find that
flipped.
she read, or you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth, I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right?
And they just want the 1 sentence at the bottom.
Okay, that's correct.
And Your Honor, we talked about not going backwards. We went
No,
over
I
this on
understand.
Friday. Your Honor said that on page 92 of the transcript, I don't have a problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding the language. And
Right.
that language was on page 89. You said, but you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence that starts with merely linking.
Right.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication. So now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except the first sentence. And that's different from Your Honor's ruling on Friday and also doesn't fully capture.
No, it
the
doesn't
republication
capture the whole
doctrine.
legal
Well,
argument.
And if I may just make our argument for the record here, Your
Well,
Honor.
you did on Friday, but if you want to do it again, that's fine.
Okay, just very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is what we
And that's there.
what we propose. Well, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that. Lacova is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a new audience. It's the same party tweeting to the same audience, so there's no republication. And that's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that, Ms. Heard's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And so
But if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion strike under advisement, once I got it, there was more content to it. And that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. What I think would also add to it, though, is after you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes republication. And
Are you guys interested in this? I might just end the live actually and go work on some other stuff. Are you guys really into this stuff? I normally, who said the left? Normally, since I'm left-handed, I always notice that too, and I'm just zoning out again. I didn't even look, but I always notice left-handers. For some reason, they stick out to me. It's because we're left-handed. You're left, right, KLM? I feel like it's just a thing. Like we're like a, what is it called? Like a God, I can't even think of the word, but yeah, that's awesome. I knew that I liked her for some reason. No, I always liked her. I think she's very fair. And I think she's doing good. Yorkshire pudding. I don't know. What's Yorkshire pudding? Bossy! Lauren Dellin. Anyway, perfect. I'll stay up all night swapping these stories after the party. I mean, I love waffles. I'll have some waffles. Do you guys put fruit on waffles, or do you just put? I just put. I'm weird. I like I like the butter that you get like when you go. What is that called? When you go to like certain restaurants, when you get it, they have that like whipped like, oh, it's so good. It almost has like a sweet taste to it. And then I just put like I like a lot of that with just like a little bit of syrup. I don't. How many of you guys like put like fruit and like whipped cream and like real sweet stuff? I don't do that really. Yep, see, that's a thing. Oh yeah. Email me Awaken Art. Unless you want to just ask me here. Or did you already ask me? Hold on. Did you already say something? No. Okay. Yeah. Let me know. I'm not really an expert, but I can try to help from what I've learned. I like butter, a little bit of syrup and whipped cream. Do you? Okay. I guess whipped cream, but like, and I'm not down on anybody for doing it, but a lot of people like they add like even on their pancakes like fruit and well, I guess it's just fruit and then sometimes whipped cream. No, I just like a little bit of syrup. You guys would probably laugh about the amount of syrup I put on. It's just like I put like a couple drops and I smear it, like even on my pancakes. I barely put syrup. I don't know. I don't like it real sweet, even though I love my sweets. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should take advantage of being up and motivated. Unless if you guys are you guys really interested in this? I do want to get some stuff done. I got to finish the merch and figure out. So K-Clo is helping me out. So we think that it's the Johnny thing. Did I tell you that they won't tell me what it is? Or you guys are probably wanting to really watch this, huh? I don't know. Now I feel like I'm disappointing you. Well, yeah, you guys could always watch it. Yeah, I don't think I am gonna play the rest of it. But what I'm gonna say is, hold on, let me show you guys. Maybe you could just help me real quick before I leave. So I could just try to hurry up and finish this merch here for you guys. So even though they won't tell me, just like YouTube, I said, what is it that broke the rules? Oh, sorry, we can't say. Oh, I read the email. Sorry, we can't say it, but here's the policy. Here's the link to the policy. I don't understand. How are we supposed to know what we're allowed to do? So it's basically you want us to fail. You won't tell us what it is. So we might do it again because we don't know. And then you're saying like so many of them, you lose your account. So then we lose our account. I mean, it makes no sense. But anyway, so Keiko checked to see if there's any like copyright stuff, like of just be a pirate, if that's copyrighted or trademarked. She said no, but it should be like the whole phrase be a pirate, not a turd. You know what I'm saying? Let's say somebody had the copyright, be a pirate, but it's the whole thing. So would they still be able to do it even though, well, they don't anyway. Keiko's, she looked up. Okay, so, and then I have the hashtag Team Johnny on the back. So hopefully, I don't think it's that. You said what how did you describe that, Keiko? I don't even know. Is Keiko still in here? So it's she said because it has the picture of Johnny and it's I don't know. But yeah, we're thinking it's probably that. I don't know. No, I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I was afraid because I was like, shoot, what if I think it's the Jack Sparrow character? I take that off and I think I'm okay, and then it's because it's like turd. So why can't they just tell me? They don't even say what policy I broke. You know what I'm saying? What policy is it a copyright policy I broke? I have no idea. They won't even tell me. At least tell me that, and then I'll know it's not the word turd. You know what I'm saying? But what if it's just, like, I have no idea. So, and I'm afraid to just, like, if I end up using maybe like the Johnny Depp hat or something, or the Pirates hat or something else, and then it's really because of the turd or something, and then I get another one, and I don't know how many, maybe 2, I'll lose my account. I don't know how, they didn't even say how many. So, I don't know. Should I even try? By the time I get this, I feel like this is going to be over, and then nobody's even going to probably buy it, and then all this time and possibly losing my Teespring. Is it worth it? What do you guys think? I don't know what to do. Bought the rights, awaken the heart, yeah. I don't know, but here, hold on. Maybe I could show you. Hold on a second. Hold on. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. So I could show you one of the things, but remember, I had like 4 different varieties of this where I had it on one listing, and then on, like, let's say a couple of the like on one T-shirt, one hoodie, and a long sleeve shirt. I had one of them, and then I had a different kind of, like, the font, like with like a tie-dye coloring, and I have it on another couple options for that. And then I had 4 different options where you guys had to choose from. So I sat there and took hours doing that all night, putting the different options on different ones. First of all, picking out, I had like probably 50 of them, narrowed it down to the 4 or 5. Hold on, I have to count how many, so I'm not lying for sure. 4 or 5. Let's see. 2, 4, well, 6, 2, 4, 6, 7. Never mind. I narrowed it down to 7, but then the one I decided maybe to take the one out, so 6. So anyway, so then I got it all, put them all on the shirts. It went live, and then all of a sudden it went live for 1 minute, and then it got then it said nope. I got a message. So anyway, here's one of the options. But remember, there's there's a different the Bureau Pirate has a different color. Like I said, I have one that has like a tie-dyed, one that has like different things. But I just have one picture for you of it. See what you guys think. Okay, hold on. But I can't use. Well, I don't want to get you excited. I can't use it though. So I don't know. I could like I said, I could possibly use it and take off the Jack Sparrow, but then is it gonna be like, is a pirate hat's gonna be as cool? Or like Ashley sent me this cool thing where maybe I could use like the outline of the hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. So I could use the outline of like Jack Sparrow. I'll show you guys, but I'm afraid to even do that because maybe they own like that whole character of anything that kind of looks like it. But I feel like that could be anything. So I'll show you that one too and see what you think. And then, but I might be a little bit afraid to do that. So I might be limited to a freaking just a pirate's hat. So I don't know. Is it worth it? I don't know. I'm whining. I'm the big baby. All right, hold on. Let me send this so I can show you this too. But I'll show you. But like I said, I hope you guys, if you guys like it, I mean, it's not an option, so I don't know if it's pointless to show you it. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. I know. And is it worth more of my time to go through it, What? See, that's bull crap. And they won't even tell you. I don't get it, man. It's not fair because sometimes, I mean, it's your whole life you spend like you said, 10 years is like your business. You have so much in it, and you have like, if you have hundreds of videos, if you know what I'm saying, if you're a creator and it's like, that's what you depend on. And then you lose it and you don't even know why, or it's just not fair. Well, you said yours just got hacked, but it's just, gosh darn it, it's frustrating. All right, here, let me share my screen. My vote not worth it. Oh, they did? What do you mean dinged you, Retro Now? Explain. dinged you? Did you lose your account or what? That's what I'm saying. So maybe I should just count my losses, count my night, like it was probably 6 hours plus working on it last night. Just count those hours lost and don't put any more hours into it. And then I'll just go with the Camille merch if you guys want it, and just that's it, you know? I don't know if I want to, yeah. And then I could just work on my compilations that I wanted to work, I want to work on, you know? Okay. So here is, hold on, let me show you guys the merch that got denied. But see, I can make it look, well, here, let me show you. I have the pink option, but remember, there's all different options. And then, like I said, I had tie-dye print. I had all kinds of different cool stuff. So here it was. And then the back was that. Would you guys have liked it anyway? And then, like I said, I had different options for the Bio Pirate. I had like a tie-dyed option. Well, I could probably show you some of the different options of the, yeah, I can, because if I do end up doing it, it'll still have the same words, but I know, Ice Mel, I know. Don't put that out there. No, I know you didn't mean anything, but I'm a little bit nervous. But I don't know, because I don't think she's not like a public figure yet, or you know what I'm saying? I think I'll be okay. Let's just, yeah. Plus, it's all positive, so I call her up or something. I don't know. Maybe she'd even let me do it, because she knows there's merch being created about her. People are buying it, wearing it there. I mean, have you seen it? I don't think she would care. They said 3. Okay, they didn't even tell me. They just said multiple things could make you lose your account. Is it 3? I'm not talking about YouTube. I'm talking about Teespring. So Teespring is 3 too? So, all right, hold on a second. I know, but I wish they could just tell me. And K. Cole looked it up, and there is no trademark or copyright on Jack Sparrow, though. But it might just be because of Disney, yeah. But she was looking up all the stuff for me, so I don't know. But I'm guessing that's what it is. But I wish they could tell me for sure. Thanks, Mary. Or hi, Mary. I meant thanks. You wouldn't wear it after? Okay. Well, then I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna blend. Cause you know what I'm saying? By the time I get it out, the trials are gonna be over. What? I sell a couple? Is it really worth all the trouble, you know? I know that sounds bad, but like I would just do it if I wasn't scared. Okay, so let me take this down. Oh well, guys, I tried, right? Oh, that sucks, Jerry. I know, I'm not gonna do it. I did read it. I know. That's what they send you. That's the bullcrap. I messaged them after it happened last night. I said, "What? Can you just tell me what it is? What policy I broke?" First of all, they didn't even tell me what policy I broke. What did I break? Why did that get taken down? So, because I want to recreate it, and I want to know what I did wrong so I don't do it again. This is listen to what the response is. This is what the email says. How crappy is this? And this is kind of the same stuff that YouTube sends like this. Watch. Hold on. Where is it? Teespring. Where are you, Teespring? Here. Unfortunately, we are unable to advise you on any artwork you uploaded within your account. If you have any concerns regarding intellectual property, please review our guidelines. So I guess it is saying I don't know. It's like, okay, thanks. Like, you can't just tell. Well, I mean, what would that hurt if you just be like, oh yeah, it's the picture of Johnny. Okay, cool. Now I know. They don't. Just like YouTube, like, oh yeah, you broke policy. Okay, tell me so I won't do it again. It's problem solved. I know, and for next time. Instead, I don't know, so I'm not sure. I guess what it is, and then so that means it'll probably happen again. If I guess wrong, I'll be be breaking the policy again. That's just the way they are. Anyway, yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm sorry. I feel like why did I end it on like I was in such a good mood too, and now I'm like complaining. I am still in a good mood. Oh, all right. I know that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry because I only got a couple hours of sleep too, so I am whining. Now I wish. Gosh darn it! How do I go from here, like I was like about a half hour ago, to here now? Huh? Casey, unfortunately, Johnny created Jack Sparrow character, but Disney owns it. Yeah. I'm sure it is, but I'm not even, you guys. I don't. So if you guys want any of the only merch I'm going to do for this trial is the Camille, because if I would have thought of it, like at the beginning, and then we could have wore it like the whole trial. But yeah. Oh well, you guys, the Camille one's awesome, right? I like it. I have some Camille ones coming. I'm pumped up, dude. Yeah, I know, Mary, you're right. But what I'm saying is Keiko looked it up and there wasn't any on that picture on the Jack Sparrow. So it's weird. It must be somehow the way they do it where it doesn't come up. But no, I mean, I'm sure it is. But oh, thanks, Gloria. Thanks, guys. I had fun. Yeah, today was a short day. So, okay, so I'm going to do a compilation of, I still want to do Spiegel. You guys still want to see a compilation of Spiegel? Here, before you guys leave, let me send you some links for a couple of the funny videos that I want you guys to watch. And that was perfect because I'm ending it so you guys could click on them and watch them. Hold on a second. It's okay, Jerry. I'm sorry that happened to you. That sucks, man. I know. And that the only thing I'm not whining anymore, I'm just saying that creators could sympathize with this. Maybe we could somehow do a petition or something where all we want is just so with YouTube, for instance, like we could set up something where like when we do break a policy, can you just tell us like what it is so we know? And then it would save so many channels, like instead of just give us a link to your policies, maybe you could like steer us kind of in the direction or specifically what it is. It's not gonna happen, but oh, thanks, Lady Montgomery. Oh my god. I know. I feel like I'm getting there. I'm getting in a good mood again. See, you guys are already changing my mood. Hey, Carolina Christine, you better keep me updated on Libby. Oh my gosh, she's so freaking cute. I love her. That's denied. But wait, Camille was denied too bad. Wait, what do you mean? Bammy, what do you mean? Wait, what? Nice try, Camille. But she was denied too bad. Okay. I'm not sure what that's good, Gloria. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me get it. 1 second. All right. Oh, wow. It's way down on the list because I have so much stuff. What I feel like I did have more. Where's the original? I'll just send the last ones you sent because the other ones I must not have downloaded. I'd have to be in an email, but these are cute. Oh my God, they're so cute. So freaking cute. Little Libby. Oh my God. I just want to kiss her and hug her and hold her. Pray for Libby. Pray. Libby, pray. Love you, Libby. Zeke wants to meet you. You guys would be like best friends. Oh. I'm definitely going to be praying for her, Lady Montgomery. Oh, so cute. All right. My ear is itching like crazy. All right. So, yeah, it's still on. You guys, I'm sorry I'm not playing it. You guys could go ahead and go watch it. Wait, I want to send you with a couple of links though real quick. Hold on 1 second. And you guys could watch it. Island Girl, thank you for always having my back. You do. You're so awesome. Okay, so let me just hold on. Hang in there 1 second. I'm gonna send 2 more links for 2 just so I feel like 2 kind of funny videos I did like last week or the week before. You don't have to do it, but if you want to click on them, if you haven't watched them, check them out. And then I will leave you and try to get Spiegel compilation. Any other requests for funny compilations? Hold on 1 second. So this one, I think this was funny. Okay, here's one, and then I'm gonna do another one too. Hold on. You guys want a little laugh? Okay, shoot. This one is funny too. Start with those 2. But anyway, sorry I was a little whiner. I think like when you don't get you don't get enough sleep, sometimes it makes you a baby. Well, I shouldn't speak for everybody. It makes me a baby. Well, no, I'm gonna do like a funny, somehow make it really funny compilation of his weird mouth. So I'm so mean. Why am I making fun of people? And then what else? I feel like I wanted to do. Oh, I might do some stuff on the Amber stuff from today too. All right. Oh, Madeline, you made it back. What's up? It was a really short day. We had a doctor. The doctor, I forget what his name was. Wait, who was after? Oh my God, I can't even remember who was after him. And then Amber. Why am I drawing a blank? Help me out, guys. Oh, Elizabeth, is Barry watching today? In A Week in the Art, I could still use your Pinocchio, but I never even thought of a saying for it. So I don't know, because I could see that, like, what if I get in trouble because it's making fun of Amber and then somehow like her lawyer, or so, I mean, I know how is she going to find a small little channel like me that probably will probably sell like maybe like a handful of the shirts, probably, you know what I'm saying? So she probably wouldn't, but like if she did, like could I possibly get in trouble for having, you know what I'm saying, for having like her like kind of making fun of her? I don't know what the laws are for that, but thanks for doing that anyway. So I'll paint it by some graffiti. No, I haven't. Wait, Bella, what's mine? Sorry, I'm going backwards. Only good people love dogs. I don't know. All right, bye, Kathy. Marlon. Oh, I already said bye to. Time to get Depo and close. Oh, really? Okay. Cool. I guess we should be watching it, but oh well. I'm sorry, guys. Do you think I'm Bella, I just read your message and it said scroll up. And how did you know I'd be scrolling up right now? Now I feel like maybe I did make a mistake and we should be watching it, guys. Oh well. All right, guys. How many are you gonna go? How many of you are gonna go watch it anyway? The jury instructions and stuff. Oh, Dr. Hughes, thank you, Casey. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, Bammy. Are we missing a lot of good stuff? Am I being stupid for not playing it? Caitlin, oh, don't cry. No cry. No. Oh, thanks for doing that, Bella. I think you're the only mod in here right now, aren't you? And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. There is another one. I apologize. Remember, I can't see wrenches. It sucks on the StreamYard. All right, guys. Wait, get in trouble, modeling. Are you talking to me? Who? By why? But why did you get in trouble? I think you're talking to me. Wait, what did I just say I got in trouble for? Are you talking about the merch? Yeah, I had it all up and live. I got, I don't know, policy for the Teespring. So no Johnny merch. The Camille, you could get the Camille, but the new Johnny one. They didn't let me do it. Oh, okay. I thought she was talking to me. Oh, well. No, Elizabeth's saying she's talking to her. So I don't know. I think nobody knows who's talking to who. But Marlon's saying, yes, I'm talking to you. But wait, who are you talking to with that, though? See? I don't know. Hold on. Let's get to the bottom of it. You could be answering somebody in chat, though, Marlon, too. Or are you answering me? Oh. See? I was right for once, because most of the time when I think somebody's talking to me in chat, I'm usually wrong. It's not. Or like if somebody like says something that if they are talking to me, it would be like kind of mean. And so I'd be like, oh, what do you mean? Or whatever. And they're like, no, I'm not talking to you. So most of the time I am wrong, but for once I am right. Yes. Retro Now. Everybody go watch Retro Now. Do you still have your video up, Retro Now, of the Johnny when you were in Disney? Did they ever? Oh, I'm surprised they didn't copyright that, because that's Jack Sparrow, the character, Disney. Go watch it, guys, if you want to. You have it up still, right? Okay. I'll remember that, Modeling. Okay, cool. I know. Why is that? Every time I say that, Elizabeth Lander, I think about that. You talking to me like I always think of that. Oh my god. Okay, so they're done now. Okay, I don't feel bad. I'm sorry, guys. Instead, you had to look at my face and listen to me rambling on about how I'm leaving, and I never did. Oh, I don't. I just feel like I'm just like whining and I'm rambling and I'm just like, it's just, I don't know. No, and it's not. I probably would stay, but I want to get some editing done. Actually, might as well, and just maybe get some work done a little bit. But it's not like it's not that I want to leave you. I just feel like I'm all negative Nancy over here whining, and nobody wants to hear me whine. I smell. You're silly. What any reason do you have to leave? Or wait, why, Caitlin? I just read your video, or I just read your. I keep scrolling up down a little bit, and I keep coming back to that that comment like it's a new one every time, and I keep reading it. Isn't that weird? And I'm like, okay, what's this? And it's the same one I just keep reading over and over. Oh my gosh, modeling. I don't know about that. You say that now, but wait, it'll get old. The proffer that spent 20 minutes talking. Oh, Bammy, you're so sweet. No, Grumposaurus. Wait, what? Is that a bad thing? Wait, what? Trace, are you okay, Trace? Where's Trace? Now I'm looking to see what you said, Trace. I smell that's okay to talk to yourself as long as nobody answers back. Okay. All right, guys, I am going to go because now I have to actually use the restroom. But oh, wait, Rachel, did you answer? Do you still have the video up? I should. I'll just go check. Yeah, I'll go check when. Wait, do you? Yep, it's still up. Okay, cool. Yeah, go check it. He was in Disney. He's got like, and he sent it. He made it for me so I could play it during, the live because it's Jack Sparrow, and I'm just a chicken to play it because of Disney and copyright. And so he said, well, I'll put it up on my channel first to make sure and see, but I don't know. Now with this whole other thing, I'm just nervous. So I just figured I might as well just send people over to watch it on yours. All right, guys. Bye, everybody. Peace. I'll see you. Wait, tomorrow? They said 9. Okay, so 9. So it's just going to be closing arguments, right? So wonder how long are normally closing arguments? So it might just be like a half a day, right? Another short day tomorrow. And then hopefully, maybe I'll be out of my whining stage and stay and hang out. And then Monday, then it's the long weekend, and then Tuesday they might have their verdict. Oh, that's another thing I want to do real quick. Hold on, let me write that down. I want to look into those texts to see. I don't want to forget. All right, hold on. So text. So what do I got to do, guys? So do the Johnny, the incoming text. What else? The Spiegel compilation. Any other requests for like funny or compilations? And then just email me if you do. Wait, one more. The maybe. Okay, guys. All right. Have a good one, everybody. See you tomorrow in the morning. Bye.